and building relationships within our communities. A few local organizations you can support are the Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, the Coquim Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction, and Health Services.
Before that first whistle goes, let's introduce you to our skaters visiting from Saskatoon Roller Derby League, the Mine Fox. Number 0, official mascot. 1-0, Slaying Mantis. 1-0-1-0, Hell's Bells. 1-3-8, Cutie Sly. 1-5, No Elbows. 1-9, Reina Terror. 2, Harmadillo. 2-4-7, Miss Mishbehaven. 2-7, Carmen Dragon. 3-0, Rip. 3-7, Sunny Death Position. 4-5, Resident Weevil. 4-7-4, Hell Woods. 5-1-7, Freddie Hercury. 7-4-7, Hot Rod. 8-7, Kitty Creamer. 8-9, Pippi Long Stompings. And 7-7, Bat Out of Hill.
And coming all the way from the United States to join us today, we have the Denver Roller Derby standbys. We have 02 Wes Slamderson, 028 Slam Track, 11 She Be Dangerous, 111 Royal Tenenbaum, 14 Green Machine, 1472 Yeety Bird, 165 Beholder, 2806 Brawny Dark.
Outside pack refs are Rolando Furioso, Noah Fallon, and Faff. Outside pack refs are Rolando Furioso, Noah Fallon, and Faffin' About.
And our wonderful non-skating officials helping us out with this game. We have the head NSO, Pushy Galora, Jam Timer, Bazooka Langley, Penalty Line Trackers, Pushy Galora and Left on Red, Scoreboard Operator, V-Rex, Scorekeepers, Slam It Janet and Koala Mella, Penalty Box Manager, Mill Street Bruisery, and Penalty Box Timers, Phil Hollywood and Babe. And we also might as well introduce ourselves for this game. My name is Punishment.
And I'm Fanny in the pack. The rolling whistle means we have 5 seconds to the game start. Announcers whistle, refs whistle a false start, but that individual has reset and allowed them to continue playing without penalty. Standby's jammer is 404. Smack Overflow, pushing the front of the pack against 3 defensive red skaters. 1-9 Reina Terror at the back against Denver's defense, and it's a bit of a guess who's lead jammer, but it is Mine Fox with lead jammer status. Smack Overflow out behind them rather quickly. It'll be a fight for who gets points, if any. Offense sent by Mine Fox to try to score a few points before Reina calls it off, and Reina does pick up 2 points for that jam. So we've got a small lead off the hop with Mindfox 2 and Standboys not on the board yet.
And the Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them today, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at sponsorship@evesofdestruction.com.
Second jam starting quite defensively. A little bit of offense on the outside, but Standby's jammer still held up. Pushing at the front now against no elbows as the anchor. That tripod is sturdy and reforming quickly, so Creature is having difficulty getting through and is hit out on the outside line. 0-2. Armadillo, or Dill, is lead jammer for Mindfox, approaching the pack on their first scoring pass. Pack is spread out, a little dip on the outside line, and a quick call-off for 4 more points for Mindfox.
And one of our MVP sponsors this season is Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love, which in this case is roller derby.
Lots of action in the pack with some offensive hits and a very quick lead for Mindfox. 0, that's Fish, is lead jammer for Mindfox in Jam 3. L on Wheels 847 for Standbys, working the inside line. Lateral movement and the outside line helps them through the initial pass. Fish is continuing to score points. Got a penalty at the back of the pack. So first penalty for the game is Mindfox, who will spend 30 seconds in the box. That's Cutie Sly. Small advantage for Denver going into Jam 4.
Hotel Z rebels against the ordinary, combining a retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Z is the antidote to boring travel.
A back wall start and a tight pack means both jammers are fighting against solid walls. Standby's jammer is working quickly with fast feet, breaking up the Mindfox tripod. But it is 1-0 Slaying Mantis out front for Mindfox. As the jammer 5-5 Misery Lizness has pulled ahead and may force a call off, and Slaying Mantis does make the call off to hold Denver to no points that jam. Going into Jam 5, we have Denver Standbys not on the board yet, Mindfox with 8, so still a tight game within the first 5 minutes.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road, or we've got them in the Beverage Garden tonight.
Reign of Terror on the track for Mindfox again. Spinning move on the outside line, and it gets a quick lead jammer. Takes a little spill, but picks up quickly to head out on their first scoring pass. Helmet cover comes off, but no pivot on the track, so jammer stays jammer. That's Yeety Bird, or Birdie, chasing down Mindfox's jammer in hopes of preventing some points, but Reina is scoring. Picks up a not on the track point or 2, and a total of 4 points for that jam, bringing their score to 12.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people right here in Victoria.
Both teams are already seeing their jammer rotations come around at the start again. Smack Overflow with the Denver's first lead. 4-0-4 Smack Overflow quickly on the inside line past Mindfox's defense. Number 2, Dill is out on their initial pass and ready to score. Smack Overflow working hard to pick up those 4 points. Calling the jam off before Dill can make it to the back of the pack. First 4 points for Denver now on the board, 4 for Standbys and 12 for Mindfox.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. You can visit them at many local farmers markets and events over the summer.
Second jam for both L on Wheels and Fish. Jam whistle goes, and there's a bit of an opening on the outside line for Fish, but they are denied. Beautiful line work, toe stops and wheels by Fish to get lead jammer for Mindfox, as Denver is recycled to the back. L on Wheels still fighting for initial. Only 3 blockers on the track for each team right now, so not a lot of offense taking place. Jammers will have to work on their own to get past these difficult tripods. Standbys now has 4 blockers on the track, giving them a small advantage as Mindfox scores their first 4 points this jam. We have a star pass to Pivot, who has now been called on a forearm. So we have our first power jam of the game. This is for Fish. We'll see what kind of energy Fish can bring to their first power jam. Pivot communicating at the back. The plan for Mindfox. And Fish is easily through the pack for another 4 points with 50 seconds left on the jam, and Denver's still in the box. Denver's also down 1 blocker, so they've got a little bit of a disadvantage.
And be sure to visit Faded Hearts Bookstore in our own vendor village, run by our very own Skylord.
This jam starts with Standby's jammer frozen in the box, an advantage for Mindfox. Last jam saw our first multiple scoring pass jam, opening up the gap between these 2 teams. Slaying Mantis with a fast lead jammer just as Beholder returns to the track for Denver. Unfortunately, spilling in the middle of the pack gives Mindfox an opportunity to recycle and maintain that no initial. Lots of physical strength from Standbys at the back of the pack, preventing Slaying Mantis from making any further progress. My notes here says Slaying Mantis is also known as Manny, so we'll use that nickname going forward. Number 1-1 Pivot for Standbys now in the box with still no initial for Beholder, as Manny makes their first scoring pass and posts another 4 points to the board for Mindfox, opening that spread up 32-4. An attempt at the apex and a drawback sees jammer from Mindfox. Manny with the first jammer penalty of the game for Mindfox, so now power jam goes to Denver Standbys. Their first real scoring opportunity, having not had too many leads so far this game. Beholder is hit to the outside line and down, but they're up and recycled to the back. Looking for offensive help. The helmet cover is off and passed to Denver's pivot, and now in scoring position with 16 seconds remaining in the jam to take advantage of that scoring status. Manny's back on the track and eligible to score, so Denver will have to work at defense and offense to really maximize this jam.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skate officials, they make it possible for us to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
Standbys are calling the first timeout of this game. A little opportunity to provide you with some stats from the game. So the last jam we just saw was the first jam in which both teams scored. Sometimes a power jam scenario, we'll see that happen. One jammer gets lead, scores some points, heads to the box, and the next jammer then gets the opportunity to score. Little timeout to refresh the standby's energy. You might see them with a little bit more to give on the track coming into the next jam, which will be jam 9. In case you hadn't caught on, there is a theme today, which is monochromatic dress. So you might notice there's some solid pinks, solid yellows, solid purples, blues. I'll just keep saying colors. So yeah, if you have a nice solid outfit to put on when you're back at your car or in your change room, let's see those amazing bout fits, as we call them. Into jam 9, and Mindfox fighting for lead at the front. Denver is recycling strong and does push Reign of Terror to the outside line. Not a long drawback though, but Creature does take the opportunity to establish lead jammer status and is out the front and ready to score. Reina is only about 25 feet behind, so Creature has just a few moments to try to do something with this lead jammer status. Denver working for the front, attempting to get some points. Creature not calling. Creature is calling. Does come into the pack and does come away successful with 1 point, holding Mindfox to no points on that jam. Standbys now at 8 points.
Get amongst the games this Saturday at 2 p.m. at the Roll a Skater Bocce game. Grab your ticket to partake at the Hardcore's craft table or stick around to watch the fun for free.
Misery Lizness jamming for standbys. Fast feet at the front is breaking up that tripod. Establishes lead jammer due to out of play at the front. Does go down and out of bounds at the front, but so does Mindfox's blocker. Lead was already established, so now in scoring position and in a power jam. Denver's turn to try that offense and maximize their point scoring opportunities. Misery Lizness is now putting up 4 points for Denver and eligible to score on a second scoring pass. Mindfox changes up the defense a little bit, putting a blocker in at the back of the pack. A little bit rare during a power jam scenario, but it's successful as Misery Lizness is pushed to the inside and recycled back. Dill is now out of the box and on initial. Pushed to the outside by the pivot. No pass, no penalty means they did get their initial and were able to run, but standbys call off that jam and hold Mindfox to 34. That was a 7-point jam for standbys. Really nice work on the power play.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients, and they will be on site tomorrow.
Birdie jamming for Denver standbys. Fish for Mindfox is lead very quickly on the inside line. Fish has had a lot of success so far jamming for Mindfox. Star passed to 0-2-8, I believe. And we now have a bit of a jammer race. Fish does have time to make use of this lead jammer status before Slam Track catches up. Passes that foremost blocker to collect all 4 points before calling it off, adding 4 points to the score. 38 now for Mindfox.
A huge thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Very scrum-like start this jam, and that smack overflow lead jammer for standbys. Manny is out about a half a lap behind. Smack is looking to score on those rearmost blockers for Mindfox. Big hit to red blocker, sits that blocker down and taps the hips to call it off. That is 4 points for standbys. So they're now sitting at 19 and definitely back in this game.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear.
Reina, a frequent jammer for Mindfox in this first half. On the track again, finds the inside line as Creature was really pushing for lead jammer. Unfortunately, Mindfox defense was just solid enough to contain them. They're still holding and no initial pass for standbys yet. Reina in scoring position, flips her hips to the outside line. Definitely scoring points at this point, but is recycled outside. Solid toe stop work staying on the inside line, and Reina is out of the pack with 4 more points for Saskatoon. Creature held up by the tripod at the front, possibly looking for some offense, but blocked. That's Dill on the board as lead jammer for Mindfox. Denver's jammer recycled to the back. Referees nod that they were in, so there was a no pass, no penalty situation there. 847 is now out. That's L on wheels. Eligible to score for standbys. Reina is out, calling it off and holding standbys to 0 on that jam.
And right now we're looking at a score of 19 points for the standbys and 58 for Mindfox.
Penalties can certainly play a role in success on the track. We have 2, 4, 6, 7 penalties for Mindfox so far this game. 2, 4, 6, 8 penalties for standbys. Makes a bit of a difference. It's not easy to throw offense for your team when you're down a skater or 2 in the box. There's definitely been several power jams that have allowed Mindfox to take advantage as well.
And while we're in this official review, we would like to give a huge shout out to, I think the only photographer we have hanging out right now. We have Ultraviolet of Cherry Bomb Photography out there taking some pics. We look forward to seeing the greatest hits through your work.
For anyone new to roller derby, each team is allowed an official review per half. They can enter into the center and chat out with the refs what they think should have been called or should not have been called. If they're successful and a penalty is either awarded or rescinded, then they can retain their official review and make another request in the same half. If their review is denied, they will lose their official review for that half and they won't regain one until the next half begins.
We'll also take this moment to give a huge shout out to our friends at St. John Ambulance for being here on site and making sure all of our skaters stay safe.
We'll go to the center of a track for this official review result.
Saskatoon is looking for a skating out of bounds call on the white jammer from the last jam.
All right. Big thanks to our officials for taking the time to review that. This is a Mindfox official review. And we will hear back from the officials in a moment as to whether or not that cut will be awarded. Doesn't feel like an award, does it?
After review, the no call will stand and Saskatoon will not retain the review for the first period. Thank you.
We'll get right back to the roller derby. So yes, Mindfox has lost the official review, given that the referees have decided that no cut occurred. Official review allows everybody to refresh though, so we'll see some fresh legs on the track. Lots of big hits coming up. Misery, Lizness, and Fish on the jam line. A little slow start to the jam. We're moving backwards on the track. A little bit of a risk there for non-direction penalties. A forearm being called to Mindfox Jammer, so Standbys with a nice opportunity to score some points. Lead is quickly established after that forearm call. Misery Lizness is lead jammer for Denver Standbys. QD Sly being held by Denver at the back. That's 1 point. 2 points if there's a blocker in the box, which there was, so that's a way to pick up some points. But that pass is completed, and Denver Standbys have put up 4 points at the start of this power jam. Heading into the pack to score again. They're making quick work of the defense with fast feet and have totaled 8 points on that power jam. Fish has returned to the track and is very quick to get that initial pass, hoping to deny another scoring pass for Standbys. Little tumble and a quick call off, and Standbys have decided that is it for this opportunity. They do grab 3 more points for another 11. Their total score stands now at 30. Mindfox at 58.
Greater Victoria Sports Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities, is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria that benefit the entire community.
That's Mish behaving with the long run back on a smack overflow. Hoping to use that to get their jammer out, but another recycle means that Manny is pulled to the back of the pack. Neither jammer out with their initial at this time. Strong tripod work at the front, but smack overflow, who already got lead jammer status, is now out on their first scoring pass. High block called in the pack to Mindfox jammer. And that's another power jam for Standbys. An attempt at an apex jump does land smack overflow at the back of the pack. Good job recycling by Mindfox blockers. A little duo at the back of the pack blocking. But unfortunately, a little too much contact there because 8-9 Hippie Long Stompings is heading to the box on a multiplayer penalty. Smack Overflow is still trying to finish off that first scoring pass. Comes out the front of the pack on the inside line and does put up some points for Standbys. All 4 points picked up. Manny is out of the box and an apex jump to establish that initial pass. And Smack has said no more, calls the jam off. Just waiting for the points from that jam. Mindfox held to 0. Standbys with 0 points on that last pass, so 4 overall on that power jam. 34 Standbys, 58 Mindfox.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the games end on Sunday.
Mindfox pivot starting in the box, only 3 defenders for Mindfox. L on Wheels hoping to take advantage. Solid 4 defense for Denver at the back of the pack. So no offense coming at this time for L on Wheels. Still fighting for lead at the front. 2 blockers left to push. No pack called and reform quickly, so blockers continue blocking. But L on Wheels does push past that final set of Mindfox blockers with lead jammer status. Reina Terror is out on the initial with L on Wheels scoring, passing at least 1 blocker before calling off the jam. So L did pass that rearmost blocker and 1 other blocker in that tripod at the front for 2 points that jam. Standby is having a nice little run of points here late in the first half.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Doesn't seem like we've had many jam starts where there hasn't been a blocker for either team in the penalty box, so lots of starts with no offense on the track. That's some serious fight from Misery Lizness at the front of the pack, but they do get pushed to the outside line and drawn back. So we've got a bit of a switcheroo because now it's number 2 for Mindfox fighting for lead at the front. That's Dill. Seems as we move through this game, the blockers are blocking those jammers longer and longer, and it's taking a bit of time for lead jammer to be established. Could be blockers settling in, or it could be jammer legs getting tired, but Dill is now in scoring position, able to slip by a big pile up at the back of the pack, collects all 4 points and calls the jam off. 62 now for Mindfox. Standbys held at 36.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby in Esquimalt on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight in our beverage garden.
I just had to say something about the penalties, and now we've got a full track of blockers out there. 4-on-4 blockers, 2 jammers, and an outside line lead jammer status established by Fish for Mindfox. Denver sweeping on the outside to loosen up that pack for Smack Overflow, who's now through on their initial pass. Fish has made a quick pass with 4 points, opting not to call it off at the moment, waiting for coach's signal, making me a liar, and does call it off 4-0.
A big thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP by using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Minutes left in this first half, and that's a very nice lead status for Standbys. Elon Wheels out with lots of time for points before Manny comes out the inside line for an initial pass. Loving that outside line. Elon Wheels is collecting points. Bump to the outside, hits the hips to call it off. Pretty stoked about those points. 3 on the board for that jam. 39 total for Standbys, and Mindfox held at 66.
Hotel Z rebels against the ordinary, combining a retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Z is the antidote to boring travel.
Reina Terror on the jam line for Mindfox. Little note about Reina is that this skater was a former junior skater before moving up to WFTDA. All that junior experience seems to be a huge benefit, as Reina Terror is now lead jammer for Mindfox. Jammer run back to the back of the pack for Standbys. Helmet cover off, so potential for a star pass, but Reina Terror hit to the outside, decides to call that one off.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients.
Mindfox taking advantage of their first timeout of this game. Gives us a little time to do some penalty check-ins, so I will add those up and let you know shortly where we stand. So the penalties have basically evened out for the game. 11 penalties for Mindfox, Standbys with 10. Nobody in danger of fouling out or even close to that point at this time in the game. There's 3 penalties for number 27 for Mindfox. Everyone else is 2 or fewer. So pretty clean play, as much as I've said that there's always been someone in the box. It's always someone new.
And a huge thank you to Honey Kruler for making sure that tape stays down on that track.
Pivot for Mindfox in the box at the start of this jam, so a little bit of a reduced defense. Misery Lizness on the outside line, trying to make work of the pack, but 2-4 for Mindfox with a short run back. Only a brief hold, though. Lizness is now out of the pack with initial and lead jammer status. Dill has completed their initial pass. Misery with an apex hop on the inside line. Fast feed around a couple of Mindfox blockers and a quick call off for 4 more points for standbys.
And a huge thank you to one of our tournament sponsors, Roll Focus, for giving us some massively excellent production value for our streaming of the tournament. If you got friends and family that can't be here, be sure to check out the stream on our YouTube channel.
Saskatoon is the higher seed team in this game. So Denver's doing a great job staying close. This is not a big score differential at a halftime. But in the WFTDA stats, or the WFTDA stats, Saskatoon is in 41st and Denver 42, so not a lot of space between these two teams in rankings, so we can expect this to be a solid fight all the way through the game. Fish is lead jammer for Mindfox at this time and putting up 4 points on that first scoring pass. Smack held to no initial before passing the star off to their pivot, who's fighting 2 Mindfox blockers at the front of the pack now. That's Rip. Pivot number 27, Carmen Dragon. So the pivot turn jammer is Hersteria, who I believe has taken 1 star pass earlier in this game. Fighting a really challenging tripod at the front, almost not moving, but as long as those blockers keep their feet going, they are allowed to block. Fish fighting against defense on the inside line, tapped out of bounds and recycled back. Hersteria with the initial pass, so Mindfox decides to call off the jam there. 4 more points, 78-8 for Mindfox. Standbys with a respectable 43. Again, definitely in this game, 78-43 is not a large point spread. Looks like we've probably got 1 jam left if that clock lines up. I'm not quite sure how to read this right now. Oh, we got time, we got time. Beautiful lead on the inside line for Elle on Wheels. Denver with the last lead jammer opportunity of this half. Lots of attempts at offense to get Manny out of the pack for Mindfox, but Manny's recycled to the back. Does strip the helmet cover off. Pivot for Mindfox, trying to work offense at the back of the pack to get Manny out. Successful with that. Manny's passing on the outside line for initial pass, and now in scoring eligibility status. Pretty big hit to the outside line, and Elle on Wheels calls that jam off, ending our half with 4 more points for standbys. So score at halftime is standbys 47, Mindfox 78. We'll see you back in about 10 minutes.
All right, Derby fans, let's get ready for the second half of this bout. We do have some fun facts from the first half, such as Mindfox has gotten a lead 14 times, and they have a 4-jammer rotation that has not been interrupted.
First jam of the second half. Dill jamming for Mindfox. Birdie for standbys. Tough fight at the front. It was anybody's guess for a moment there who would be out as lead, but we have Dill lead for Mindfox. Birdie not far behind.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients.
First points on the board for the second half by Mindfox. That was a 3-point jam, so called off slightly before that first scoring pass could be completed. Great job on standby's part to get their jammer out, chasing down the other team's jammer. L on Wheels and official mascot on the jam line, and out in turn 2 is Fish for Mindfox. One of the jammers in that very regular rotation Mint was just telling you about. Fish now on their first scoring pass for this jam, while L on Wheels is still caught up in the defense of Mindfox on their initial pass. A bit of one-on-one by 1-1 at the back of the pack for Denver standby, giving lots of trouble to Fish, who does scooch around with a side serve to be met only with the difficult tripod of Denver. 4 blockers on defense for Denver. Fish facing a pretty difficult situation, still trying to pick up all 4 points on their first scoring pass, as we see a star pass off the She Be Dangerous. Now, first star pass to She Be Dangerous of the game, I believe. And a forced call off. Mindfox did pick up all 4 points in spite of that difficult defense put out by Denver. Each individual point represents one opposing blocker's hips. So you don't necessarily have to make it out the front of the pack to collect all 4 points. Just have to pass those hips. Manny on the track for Mindfox. Misery Listness, the highest scoring jammer for the first half, I believe, for Denver. Hit to the outside though and recycled, giving the opportunity to Mindfox to get lead jammer, and it is Manny out first with the jammer status. No, I was wrong about that. Misery Listness did get lead jammer status called before being recycled and did have the chance to call off the jam before Mindfox could put any points on the board that time.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selections of skateboards and gear.
Smack overflow for standbys on the jam line. Mindfox, though, with incredible toe stop work by Fish. Nearly out the front of the pack, but is recycled by Denver's pivot. Now Denver puts up a little 2-wall at the back, guiding Fish into 0-2. Wes Slammerson. Fish is hit to the inside line and recycled to the back of the pack. So far, no lead jammer. No pack is called. A bridge sent back to keep Mindfox in play, just as Mindfox pulls smack overflow to the back of the pack, recycling them yet again, preventing lead jammer status for another few seconds. Almost a minute-long hold for both teams before Fish escapes with lead jammer status. Smack facing off against 2 blockers for Mindfox at the front. Does have that helmet cover off, but Pivot is back doing defense for Denver at the moment, so no star pass to be seen at this time. Smack really caught up in the two blockers at the front. Line Fox has some steady defense, holding them to the outside line in turn 3. But Smack does have some great toe stop work and escapes that defense on the inside line for the initial pass, threatening a call off. Fish does make the call off, closing out that jam with only 3 points for Mind Fox. So not a complete scoring pass, but does open that gap a little bit wider. 88 for Mind Fox. Standbys held to 47 points.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
Fewer penalties this half so far. 5 minutes in already, and we've got a full complement of blockers on the track, 2 jammers, and the entire game of Derby happening before you. Pack is front with 4 blockers. Mind Fox fighting against L on wheels, but L makes quick work of that defense for lead jammer status, as Dill, still fighting for initial pass, escapes in turn 1. Anytime I mention a penalty, that whistle's gonna go. So we've got 2-4-7 for Mind Fox in the box now. I didn't see what that call was. Jam whistle dead, with Harm approaching on her first scoring pass of that jam. Standbys get 4 points overall, bringing their score to 51.
Come laugh it up with the teams at Heckler's Bar and Grill for the after party. Join us on Sunday after the games and
Manny for Mind Fox, Lisness for standbys, 4 blockers for Denver, and a quick lead jammer status for Lisness. 3 blockers for Mind Fox, and Manny is working hard to get that initial. Does keep those wheels inbounds to escape the pack on the outside line. Lisness in scoring position, does pass some hips before falling to the ground. Finishes that pass, taps the hips, and collects 4 points for Denver, freezing out Mind Fox, holding them at 88.
And the Ease of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them throughout this tournament, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at sponsorship@eavesofdestruction.com.
Denver is starting that jam with some split offense-defense setup. They do roll back into a tripod and surprise Mind Fox with a bit of offense off the whistle. Lead jammer is awarded to Fish, with Edie Bird on their tail. Pack skaters fighting for advantage in hopes of putting some points at the back of the pack for their jammers, but that jam is called off 0-0. Jammers were too close for comfort.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Smack overflow, jamming for standbys. 1 skater to beat at the front. But pivot, Carmen is giving them as much trouble as possible. Smack does get lead jammer status. Star pass attempt to 2-7. The pivot for Mind Fox. That star pass was waved off as Carmen did pick up a penalty before that pass was cleanly made. A little bit of a win there in terms of not having a jammer penalty off the hop on the jam there. Armadillo fighting furiously at the back of the pack against Denver's defense. Denver is often using 4 skaters as defense this game. Smack overflow, making it clear that offense isn't necessary. I can just hit my way through the pack. Taking advantage of that lap to catch their breath. Smack Overflow approaching for another scoring pass. Denver's bench sending a clear message to pick up points and call, which Smack does. That was a really big jam for Denver. 12 points on the board, closing that score to 21 points difference.
And a huge thank you to one of our Capital City Chaos tournament sponsors, Airbnb. Thank you for supporting Roller Derby.
Earlier in the first half that we have some skaters on both teams who previously skated as junior skaters for their respective league. When a skater turns of age, they can join their adult team, and skaters who have previously skated for junior teams that we are aware of: Reina Terror, Sunny Death Position, whose names I love, Hell's Bell, and on standbys Beholder. Junior programs are amazing. They develop incredible skaters who then try to come and take my spot on a roster.
I don't skate.
The Eves have a really incredible junior program, and the charter program that you'll see here this weekend have a number of aged up junior skaters who are an absolute privilege to watch. So we hope you stick around to watch some of the home team games as well as the guests. Back to Denver and Saskatoon. For Mindfox, Manny on the line. For standbys, L on wheels. All 8 blockers on the track. L on wheels, fast footwork up the outside line for lead jammer status. Manny also out quickly. We have had so many of these one jammer out after the other jams this game. It's kept the score quite low, as we see a lot of 4 points and call it off, 3 points and call it off scenarios. Standbys do call that jam off to prevent Mindfox from scoring and put up 2 points on the board. 69 for standbys, 88 for Mindfox at this point in the game.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people right here in Victoria.
Misery Lizness doesn't even give me a chance to announce the jammers before they're out with the jammer status. Again, we've got a quick jammer initial pass by Fish. Both jammers in scoring position. Lizness trying to pick up as many points as possible before Fish has the opportunity to score. They do call off that jam with some points in their pocket. We'll see what the refs say. It's hard to see from here, but the refs say 1 point earned on that pass.
Get amongst the games this Saturday at 2 p.m. for roller skater bocce. Grab your tickets to partake at the hardcore craft table or stick around and watch the fun for free.
Yeedy bird jamming for standbys on the outside line, putting pressure on Mindfox defense. Really fast and aggressive footwork at the front, breaking up the blockers from Mindfox, down to 2 defensive players at the front, dropping shoulders into 1-5. Mindfox does the best they can, spreading that defense out, but pushed to the very limit of play. Birdie is lead jammer this jam for standbys and now eligible to score. 2-4-7 for Mindfox, leading Birdie into her defense and does hit them out of bounds. Star pass to 8-9, and your jammer for Mindfox is now Pippi Long Stompings. Standby's bench incredibly happy with the performance by Yeedy Bird that jam, picking up 4 points and calling it off before Mindfox can follow up with any points.
And a huge thank you to Roll Focus for making our tournament stream this weekend incredible.
Standbys have done a great job this half in closing that score gap. They now stand at 74 points with Smack Overflow jamming with beautiful toe stop hop work along the inside line for lead jammer status. 14 points difference between these two teams in jam 12, and not impossible to close that gap in one jam if that jammer is held to no initial. But the scenarios, I imagine, never come true. Manny is out on their initial pass, forcing a call off by Denver, and Standbys checking on Standbys points. PH Demon is conferring with Furious Faff about whose hips were passed before the fourth whistle went.
And a little fun fact from our producer Regrettal that was 5 lead jams in a row.
So we did get 3 points for Standbys on that jam, and now we're down to just an 11-point difference. Half of this half remaining, 15, close to 16 minutes to see how this comes to an end. Lots of action on the track before the whistle even goes. L on wheels out with lead jammer for Denver Standbys, making that 6th lead jammer status in a row for Denver, and that is a big part of the reason the score is closing so quickly during the second half. Fish had some incredible hopping toe stop work on the inside line for their initial pass, but not gonna get a chance to score. L on wheels is gonna grab the 3 points already captured and prevent Mindfox from scoring any further. So they now stand at 80 points to 88. Only an 8-point difference and lots of time to see our first lead change of the game.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume at Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio in Esquimalt or on site in our beverage garden.
Misery Lizness for Denver on the jam line. Armadillo with a very quick initial pass, lead jammer status achieved, and Lizness on their tail. We may or may not see any points put up from either team this jam. That's a very fast pack. Reminds me of 2011 when I started playing roller derby. Nobody skating backwards, nobody putting on the brakes, and the jammers are skating hard to catch up to the pack. Dill does get to the pack first, attempts to pass some hips, calls the jam off. Unfortunately, is being whistled to the penalty box. I'm guessing that was due to skating out of bounds on the call off, but I'm not certain what the call was there. This is gonna put Standbys in a power jam scenario with Birdie as their jammer. No, we got a swap. We've got Smack Overflow as the jammer for Standbys. Mindfox well positioned at the front with 2 blockers, drawing Smack to the back of the pack. Again, 2 blockers at the front. They're splitting up the defense for Mindfox, making it a little bit more difficult for Smack Overflow to make a plan, but spin work on the inside line gives Smack lead jammer status partway through the power jam. Denver trying to hold some points at the back for their jammer. Multiplayer block being whistled to number 8 from Standby. The pack really spread out on the track as Smack Overflow makes their first scoring pass, collects 4 points for standbys. Going into the halftime of this game, Mindfox had a 31-point lead on standbys, so standbys have really been picking away at that gap. 4-point difference is only a jam, so there's definitely some opportunity for standbys to take the lead of this game, but Mindfox has put out a lot of really solid defense, and their jammers have been extremely clean and solid on the lines. Manny working those lines now against Geedy Bird from Denver, who's also had a lot of success this game. Fighting hard against Mindfox's solid tripod at the front. Does break one skater off. Manages to stay in bounds and does get lead jammer status for Denver standbys, and now in position to close that gap even further. And that's a power jam. Manny to the box for Mindfox means Birdie is on their own scoring for 30 full seconds. Mindfox doing their best to defend points at the front of the pack. Drives Birdie to the inside. Birdie resets quickly though and is not hauled to the back of the pack. Still able to press forward against the two blockers at the front for Mindfox. Carmen joins the defense at the front of the pack. Tripod at the front really fighting against the physically strong Birdie, who does push through, passing on the inside line, and closes that gap to 0. We now have a tied game, 88-88. Denver really fighting hard to hold on to this game. Mindfox now back on the track with a jammer, Manny, looking for initial pass. All of our blockers piled up tight on turn 4. But Birdie is out again, and that is this game's first official lead change. Denver standbys take the lead with 92 points to Mindfox 88. Manny is out on their initial pass, eligible to score. We'll see what choices Birdie makes with that lead jammer status. Birdie does call the jam off after collecting a couple more points for Denver. 3 more points on the board, an 11-point jam in favor of Denver standbys, and the total score now 95 in favor of Denver standbys. Mindfox held to 88 points.
And a massive thank you to one of our incredible tournament sponsors, the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission. Fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities, it's dedicated to enhancing the region's local sporting landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria.
we'll just take a moment to say thank you to our medics who attend our events and really make things possible for us. We cannot skate if we don't have someone to attend to injuries or just ensure overall safety to the game. We will have to wait to resume the game until we have medics available. We do have to have eyes on the track at all times. But again, medics, we really appreciate the time that you take out of your lives to come help us. We hope that you enjoy the roller derby while you're here, because we sure enjoy having you.
And while we have this official timeout happening, we would actually love to give a huge hello and welcome and thank you to everybody tuning in to our live stream. We can't see you, but know that we love you and we appreciate you supporting roller derby.
Took almost 5/6 of this game, but we finally have dancing breaking out on the track. Thank you, Denver, for leading us in this old school moment. Dancing on the roller derby tracks, very old school, because I'm old school. All right, Jam 18 starting off Power Jam for Misery Lisness and the Denver Standbys. No pack called, and Lisness out on the inside line with initial pass for Denver. Carmen being released from the penalty box for Mindfox to reform with that defense. A little bit of sass from Carmen. Must have a little friendly rivalry with one of the Denver skaters. 4 points for Denver on that pass, bringing their score to 99. Pretty rare to not have hit the century mark for either team at this point in the game. But Standboys have definitely done that now, considering Lisness is in the pack and scoring on Mindfox defense. Big stretched out pack by Green at the back for Denver, keeping Fish contained. Tripod working really hard. Denver's defense has come together so solidly in the second half of the game. A huge contributing factor to their lead that they've now established and stretched to 11 points. 15 points, we'll say, because that's 4 more points for Standbys, and they have cleared the century mark. 103 on the board. Fish still fighting for initial pass at the back of the pack for Mindfox. Denver's defense just too solid at this point. Another drawback to the inside line. And again to the outside line. But we do have a penalty being whistled to the back of the pack. Forearm called on one of Denver's dancing skaters from earlier at the start of this jam. Fish has some success on the inside line for Mindfox's initial pass, threatening to force a call off by Lisness. Lisness is on their 4th scoring pass this jam though, and might choose to keep things going. No, that's a call off by Lisness. Denver Standbys have a massive 15-point jam. 15-point jam to Mindfox, 2 points, with a total score now at 110 for Standbys to Mindfox's 90. So that 30-point spread is now in favor of Denver.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Visit their bike cart around town for local handmade ice cream bars.
Fox with solid defense at the front, but is broken up by Yeedy Bird, who gets lead jammer status for Denver. Huge hit to the inside line by Denver 0-2-8. Reyna takes a little extra time to get up and back into play. but has all that energy needed to push hard against that tripod. 247 providing solid offense for Reina, opening up the outside path. Reina's still fighting Denver blockers though, because they're just recycling every time a skater is passed. Reina is fighting so hard, but does get knocked to the outside line and to the floor. 0-2-8 with all of the big hits, but does get whistled off the track for, I did not catch what that penalty was, but Denver down a blocker on the track now. Reina Terror out of the pack, considered the star pass, but did find a way through on her own. Greedy Bird calls off the jam before Reina could pick up any points. That's another big jam for standbys. 11 more points added to their total score.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eve's Obstruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
I think I did some math wrong a little earlier. I think I said standbys had a 30-point lead, but they've just stretched over the 30-point lead mark now. 121 for standbys to Mindfox, 90 points. Lots of consistent lead jammer statuses for standbys contributing to that, as well as just really intense defense and big hits to the lines, drawing Mindfox jammers back, keeping them from getting lead jammer status, and just kind of tiring them out overall, I think. Elle on Wheels has been a force for Denver this second half. Not lead jammer this time though. Carmen Dragon's first time out as jammer for Mindfox and gets lead jammer status. I believe Carmen's been in the derby world for a number of years. I think I remember them from a tournament in Edmonton at least a decade ago. Now scoring 4 points on the board. Hitting the back of the pack for some points. Calls a jam off as Elle on Wheels approaches the back of the pack and collects 2 points for Mindfox.
Thank you to Rollergoer for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted around the arenas.
Smack overflow back on the track for Denver in this 20th jam. Manny for Mindfox. Smack picks up lead jammer status, but is hit to the inside line and takes the safe path of recycling to the back of the path before heading out to score some points. Pivot for Denver with some offense to the inside. But Smack takes the outside line, unfortunately, does go to bounds and is reset to the back of the pack. Manny is fighting hard at the front for initial pass. And Smack, who has lead jammer status, is caught up by Mindfox tripod at the back. Looking to their teammates for some potential offense, which comes back in the form of 0-2-8 slam track. Smack calls off the jam. Only one scoring pass that round, and looks like a 0-0 jam, so excellent work to Mindfox, preventing any points even though Smack was on a scoring pass.
Drop in Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear.
Mindfox with one blocker in the box at the start of this jam, but Fish is just running along the outside line as if there were no blockers there whatsoever. Not Lead Jammer, though, because Lead Jammer has been awarded to Lisness, who's still caught up in Mindfox's defense. Lisness calls off the jam because Fish was just about to score. And I do think we had one penalty issued at the end of that jam. Let's see if anybody shows up in the box before the start of this next one. Yeah, it was 7-4-7. I think it was a forearm on the outside just as the jam was being called off.
Visit Faded Hearts bookstore in our vendor village all weekend.
Mindfox using Carmen Dragon as jammer again this jam. Carmen has been pivot largely this game, but this is their second jam out and is lead for a second time. L on Wheels hit to the outside, but that hit was put out of that. Blocker was out of bounds as well, so no pass, no penalty for L on Wheels, who's now on their initial. Carmen trying to sneak their hips past as many skaters as possible, right to the very end of that jam as they tap their hips to call it off. They did put 3 on the board, and Mindfox now has 99 points to Standby's 122. We've only got 2 minutes and change left on the clock, so little time to do the work needed to close that gap, but stranger things have happened. Lisness with the intensity on the inside line gains lead jammer status for Standby's. 0 Fish on the outside line, tapped out by Denver's defense. Lisness doing a great job keeping that momentum even as they're being knocked down by Mindfox's defense. Still moving along the track, crawling and running to get back up. Fish on initial pass, leaving Lisness the choice to either keep scoring or call off the jam. Lisness takes a knee on the inside line due to that massive defense from Mindfox, calls off the jam, collects 4 points on that first scoring pass, and shuts Mindfox out to hold them at 99 points.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Under a minute left on the period clock, so quite possibly our last jam of the game. Slaying Mantis for Mindfox has lead jammer status within the first few seconds of that jam. So now in position to score as L on Wheels is held up at the back of the pack by Mindfox defense. Mantis is now in position to score, but is stuck at the back of Denver's tripod. Past at least a set of hips there, and bench is yelling to call it off, and Manny does call it off to end that jam with enough time for one more jam on the clock. We'll see if the Mindfox decide to call that. Yeah, so Mindfox has called a timeout before the half has ended. That will freeze the period clock, allowing Mindfox one more jam. And their goal here will be to get lead jammer and collect as many points. 27-point difference at this point. 27-point jams do happen. But probably more importantly, at this time, they're going to look to put as many points against Standby's in protection of their ranking in our WFTDA standings.
And it should be mentioned that right now, the ranking difference between these two teams is only 1 point.
With only 4 seconds left on the period clock, this will be our final jam. So if you're in the audience, feel free to do as much cheering, get as rowdy as you want to. If you're at home on your couch, you can do the same thing. Just make sure your neighbors know that you're watching roller derby right now. The whistle goes, and we are watching Misery Lisness trying to get lead jammer. One hand down on the outside boundary means that they are in bounds. But Fish is lead jammer for Mindfox, doing exactly what Mindfox wanted out of this last jam, which is get lead jammer status and score as many points as possible before this jam expires. They are dipping and ducking and hopping and put 4 points up on the board for Mindfox. And the choice there was to call it off, save those 4 points, and prevent any further scoring by standbys. So our unofficial score right now, Mindfox has 104. Standbys are your winner with 127. We will see what the refs say about locking in that score in a moment.
And you'll want to stick around as Regrettal will be announcing our MVPs for this game momentarily.
All right, you folks. I have some MVP awards. I see a skate around. You guys go do that first. Fans can shake hands if you want. All right, the high fives are through. I am going to award your MVP prizes. I've been asked to move off the track. So you can find me at the penalty box with your MVP prizes. First up, for Saskatoon Mindfox, your MVP blocker, number 747, Hot Rod. And your MVP jammer, number 19, Reina Terror. And from Denver Standbys, your MVP blocker, number 028, Slam Track. And your MVP jammer, number 55, Misery Lizness.
Florida moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Good afternoon, Victoria. Welcome to the Eves of Destruction roller derbies, Capital City Chaos. If you, like me, have lost track of when and where you are, today is still Friday, April 3rd. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosatsan, the Esquimalt Nation, and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tsuk, Hachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host it.
One, 4-1, Goldie Knox. 1-4-3, Pinball. 1-5, Ice Rocker. 1-8, Shabam. 2-1, Ninja. 2-1-4, Cool Whip. 2-9-3, Brass Knuckles. 3-1-7, Lucky Harms. 3-6, Slamina Anderson. 4-1-4-0, Sasha DeGrader. 5-0-5, Coram, oh my. Right here. 8, Hydra. 8-1, Maddie Massacre. 9-1-6, Slick Mick. And on the bench, Tara Cole.
For the Greater Vancouver Roller Derby Association Cascades, we have 0-6 Otter Mayhem, 1-1-1 Bo, 1-2 Sonic Boom, 1-9 Rootin' Tootin' Nudson, 2-0-3 Willow Whips, 2-8 Stalker, 3-0-2 Easy Break Oven, 4-0-4 Identity Crisis, 5-1 Malice. Captain for this game, 5-7 Big D Barb, 6-6 That Dumpy, 7-9 The Traumador, 9 Roller Square, 9-1 Green Envy, 9-8-6 Deviated Septum, and on the bench Robin Pottinger and Ziggy.
And for your non-skating officials, we have your for your skating officials, we have your head ref is Snow. IPR, Adam Smasher. Jam ref, Outrage Jess. Jam ref, Bobby Flair. OPR, Intervener, and McSallister, and Mass.
And our non-skating officials, head of that crew is Phil Hollywood with Jam Timer Carmen Dragon. Penalty trackers, Phil Hollywood and Hunky Dorky. Scoreboard operator, Pushy Galora. Scorekeepers, Batty Bing Batty Boom and Callie. Penalty box manager, Babe. And penalty box hammers, Mill Street Bruisery and Brawl Patrol. We are about half a minute till Derby. That rolling whistle brings our skaters to the track. Fault line sends out Maddie Massacre. Big D Barb out for Cascades. Maddie Massacre has lead. Recycled to the back of the pack. Big D Barb looking to make some space on the inside line. Helmet cover in hand. Maddie Massacre working at the front of the pack. Big D Barb through the pack. Helmet cover in hand. No points either team for this first jam. The second jam, the fault line sends out Slick Mick. They are through the pack quickly. Sonic Boom jamming for Cascades. Penalty takes Cascades jammer to the penalty box. That's a power jam in favor of Fault Line. Fault Line on their scoring pass. Pivot out of the penalty box, gives some offense to Slick Mick at turn 1. Slick Mick with 3 to beat. Knocked out of bounds. Forearm penalty takes Otter Mayhem off the track. Slick Mick makes it through on the outside, 4 points in the air. Pack reforms and starts to move through turn 2 straightaway. Sonic Boom out of the penalty box, helmet cover in hand. Slick Mick finds an open space on the outside, slides on through with 4 points for Fault Line. Sonic Boom recycled to the back at turn 3, going into turn 4. At the apex, that's easy break and the back of a tripod. Number 7-9, chest to chest blocking Slick Mick, holding them back as they cross the pivot line. 4 lines, 4 points for Fault Line. Pack recycles back. The entire crew heads into the straightaway between turns 2 and 3. Sonic Boom still holding that helmet cover. Otter Mayhem out of the penalty box, comes in with some offense. That makes some room for Sonic Boom. Jam is called with 16 points in that jam for Fault Line.
Thieves of Destruction would like to thank all the outstanding sponsors that fund the game that you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
Our 2 jammers this time are Stalker and Hydra. Stalker from Cascade starts a bit further back from the jam line, tries to get a run up there. Seems to be working for them right now. Stalker is in a forward position with 2 Fault Line blockers to pass. That is lead for Cascades. Hydra in the pack. Pack is tight at the apex. Stalker finds space on the inside line at the apex. Skates through with 4 points for Cascades. That gets them on the board. We have a penalty to Hydra. They take a seat in the penalty box. Power jam now in favor of Stalker. That's number 110, Lesbianis, that comes in with the early hit on Stalker. Lesbianis getting trapped at the back of that pack. They're trying to hold space, make room for Stalker to get out. Stalker takes the outside line at turn 4, knocked to the outside by number 110. Penalty in that knockout goes to number 18. Drawn all the way back, Willow whips with a hit against 110, trying to stop the drawback. Number 110 keeps it inside, but Stalker is through. 4 more points for Cascades. Pack is tight at turn 4 as Stalker steps through with 4 points for the Cascades. Penalty box is switching out blockers from the fault line Derby Devils. Stalker sees space at the jam line, steps through, 16 points on that jam. Going into jam 4, we are tied 16 points each. Each team scoring 16 points in a single jam while holding the other team to no points. We have a power start in favor of Cascades. Deviated Septum, your jammer on the track. One to beat at the front. 4140 joins the blocking crew, but Deviated Septum is through. Lead indicated by jam ref Bobby Flair. That's Hydra back from the penalty box. Quick hit to the outside by Easy Break draws Hydra back. Deviated Septum working on a scoring pass at turn 2. Fault line, waterfalling, their blockers at the front. Offense comes in from number 5-1. Pack starts to move through the straightaway. Deviated Septum calls that jam.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Big D Barb and Maddie Massacre are our jammers at the beginning of this 5th jam. Maddie Massacre, number 8-1 out of the pack first. Lead goes to fault line. Barb with the shake of the shoulders makes it through on an initial pass. Scoring pass for Maddie Massacre. Maddie picks up 4 points, calls that jam.
The Zone at 91.3. Proud sponsors of Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by the real people here in Victoria.
Welcome to Jam 6. Sonic Boom first out of the pack, number 1-2 for Cascades. Slick Mick through on their initial pass as well. Both jammers moving fast as they approach the pack. Quick call off, no points either team.
Get amongst the games this Saturday at 2 p.m. at the Roller Skater Bocce Game. Grab your ticket to partake at the Hardcore's craft table or stick around to watch the fun for free.
Number 8, Hydra for fault line. 2-8, Stalker for Cascades. Stalker at the front at the moment with 2 to beat. Offense comes in from number 6-6, name redacted. Hydra at the back of the pack. Forearm penalty has been issued. It's number 3-8 headed to the penalty box. Lead has been established. Stalker, number 2-8, your lead for Cascades. We have a penalty to jammer. Hydra, power jam for Cascades. Cascades holds a skater at the back of the pack, makes the pack spread out. Advantage for Stalker. Cascades are going to continue to try to hold that pivot. Pivot decides to go on the defense, hits out, call.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with the Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on-site here tonight.
We have a team timeout being called by Fault Line Derby Devils. Jam 8 starts with number 8 Hydra in the penalty box. This is a power start in favor of Cascades. They send out Deviated Septum. Septum with a push to the inside, makes it to the outside, but Ice with a drawback. Penalty box empties, full contingent of skaters on the track. Hydra out of the penalty box. Lead has not been established yet, so it is available to either jammer. Hydra makes it through the front of the pack. Lead has been given to Hydra. Deviated Septum passes that helmet cover to number 5-1 Malice. Hydra's back in the penalty box. Power jam advantage continues for Cascades. Lead was lost by Hydra. This jam will go a full 2 minutes as it moves between the pivot and jammer line again. Malice through with the first 4 points in this jam. Solid tripod as they move to the pivot line. Malice looking towards the inside. That triangle starts to break up. Slamala Anderson was last to beat. Malice makes it through with 4 points. Pack is staying together at the pivot line. 4 fault line blockers at the front. Some offense comes in as Malice moves into position. We'll get updates on those official reviews from our head ref from the middle of the track. That gives Spencer and I a little bit of time to talk about our sponsors and all the fun going on today.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skate officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy this sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be a part of this awesome crew.
I can see bench coach Ziggy in the middle of the track there. Did you know they were born as one half of a dynamic duo? The real question is Ziggy the good twin or the evil twin? Only time will tell.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand, from scratch, and with quality ingredients. Are we getting... Hello?
They were requesting an illegal procedure penalty in the previous jam on the jammer. That penalty was actually issued already, so they lose their official review.
Thank you to head ref Snow for that update on the official review outcomes. We now have Big D Barb and Maddie Massacre as our jammers. Lead goes to Maddie Massacre of Fault Line. Big D Barb still on track as your jammer, helmet cover in hand as the pack passes turn 3. Maddie Massacre steps out of turn 4. The whole pack moves through there behind them. Big D Barb completes an initial pass. First scoring pass has been completed by Fault Line. And a second scoring pass brings that to 8 points in that jam. Our current score is Cascades 33, Derby Fault Line 28.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Visit their bike cart for local handmade ice cream bars.
Sonic Boom this time for Cascade. Slick Mick for Fault Line. Slick Mick in forward position against Easy Break and number 9-1 Green Envy. Penalty takes Green Envy to the penalty box as Slick Mick completes their initial pass. Lead has been established. Star pass for Cascades, and jam is called off.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Let's be honest, number 110. This is their first time with a star on their helmet, and they get lead for Fault Line. Stalker out there. Number 28 tries to call it from the front. Jam ref Bobby Flayer's having none of that. Stalker completes their initial pass. Penalty to number 111 from Cascades as a scoring pass is completed for fault line. 4 points fault line.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear.
Eight one Maddie Massacre, 986 Deviated Septum. Your two jammers. Maddie Massacre in forward position. Two-person blocking by Traumador and Malice. Malice with the hit out. Deviated Septum steps in amongst Sasha. Lead goes to fault line. 4 leads in a row for fault line. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Fault line is sitting in the penalty box. Hit to the inside and a drawback by number 143. That's Pinball. Deviated Septum with helmet cover in hand. Scattered fault line. One to beat at the front, hit to the outside. Pivot making a run back, trying to draw back Deviated Septum. Maddie Massacre out of the penalty box. Pivot to beat at the front. Deviated Septum returns at the back of the pack. Pack is spread from the apex through turn 1. Pass completed for Maddie Massacre. 4 points for fault line. Deviated Septum at the back of the pack gets some offensive help from number 111, Bo. Whips anchoring some two-person blocking. Bilbo Baggins comes in to join a tripod. Helmet cover in hand and a star pass to number 143. That's Pinball, now your active jammer. 2 points at the end of that jam for fault line, brings it to 6 points fault line.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
That's an official timeout.
Well, then I'll take the time to say thank you to the St. John's ambulance attendants for being on site this weekend. Visit Faded Hearts Bookstore in our vendor village.
Faded Hearts is a bookstore owned by one of our own league members.
I did not know that. And who is the owner of this league?
That's Skylord's bookstore.
Excellent.
I don't see them there right now, but you can trust me. Crowd work, that's what I'm calling this, crowd work. You guys are welcome. For folks on the stream, if you cannot see our score, I will update you. Cascades are at 33, fault line is at 42, and that rolling whistle brings us back from our official timeout. Jam 13 sees Slick Mick and Big D Barb hit to the inside. Nobody's at fault for that. Everybody's still on the track. The lead goes to Big D Barb. Identity Crisis and Toots is trying to slow down Slick Mick, but they are out at the apex. Initial pass completed. Both jammers can score points at this moment. Hit to the outside. That's a call from the floor by Big D Barb. Forearm penalty to fault line pivot at the end of that jam. And there we go. Bobby Flair has some fingers in the air. 2 points to Cascades.
Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission. Fueled by the sport of over 50 business members and municipalities, is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria that benefit the entire community.
That official timeout results in a high block penalty for one of the fault line blockers. Fault line starting with 2 in the box. Let's Be Honest and Sonic Boom both jamming. Sonic Boom hit to the outside at the pivot line. Let's Be Honest forcing a tripod toward the pivot line. Outside line is open and Sonic Boom takes the lead. Let's Be Honest hit to the inside. Steps back up ahead of a few blockers. That gets a cut track penalty. Off to the penalty box goes Let's Be Honest. Sonic Boom is on a power jam. Recycled to the back of the pack at the jam line. Some passive offense from Otter Mayhem and Malice leaves space for Sonic Boom. They step through with 4 points at turn 1. That's a team timeout for Cascades.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the game ends on Sunday.
That rolling whistle brings us back. We are sitting at a score of 39 Cascades, 42 Fault Line. 3-point game as we go into jam number 15. Our jammers are Let's Be Honest and Stalker. Let's Be Honest starting in the penalty box. Stalker at the front of the pack. Tripod reformed ahead of Stalker. Lead is still open. Let's Be Honest out of the penalty box and into lead position. Pack is moving fast through the straightaway. Slows down as Stalker gets towards the front. Let's Be Honest comes through on a scoring pass. Let's Be Honest completes that scoring pass. 4 points. Helmet cover in hand. Stalker is through with an initial pass. Let's Be Honest in the pack at turn 4, calls the jam.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Maddie Massacre and Septum, your jammers this jam. Both held back behind the jam line. Pack stays tight at that turn 4. Move to the inside. Space on the outside that is through with lead for Deviated Septum at Cascades. Malice with the hit to the inside against Maddie Mascara. 1 to beat at the apex. Maddie Mascara is through with an initial pass. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, Deviated Septum, hoping for a moment of offense, calls the jam. Back block is someone gets a back block at the end of that jam. Let's take a look at the penalty box. It looks like it was number 5-1. Big D Barb and Slick Mick. We've seen these two before. Slick Mick with some backward stepping, spinning and getting through the pack. Lead goes to fault line. Big D Barb at the front of the pack. Slick Mick skating on through backwards, finds the open line on the outside. 4 points fault line. Big D Barb through on an initial pass. Slick Mick comes in, steps through the inside, calls the jam with 8 points in that jam.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight.
Let's Be Honest and Sonic Boom are jammers. Entire pack moves through the penalty box. Sorry, through the pivot line. That's 1-1-0 with lead for fault line. Let's Be Honest. Defensive jamming as they pass turn 3. Let's Be Honest gains a bit of an advantage from that. Strategic timing with that call off. Let's Be Honest makes it past the hips of one Cascades blocker, gets the point.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP by using the QR codes posted through the arena.
Stalker and Slick Mick. Stalker just steps through the inside line as if it was the easiest thing there could be. Slick Mick was out here just 2 jams ago, also having a completed initial pass. Stalker back in scoring position. Flipping their hips around the outside at the apex. 3 points.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients.
Our score is staying tight as we move into Jam 20. Currently we are at Cascades 43, Fault Line 58. Our jammers are Maddie Massacre and Deviated Septum. Deviated Septum knocked down at the apex. Maddie Massacre on their feet towards the front of the pack. Deviated Septum gets some offensive help from the Traumador. Maddie Massacre with a tripod to beat. Easy break at the back, pivot at the back. Direction penalty takes pivot for fault line off the track. Deviated septum with 2 to beat. Here comes the Tromador with some more offense. Inside line is open. Lead goes to Cascades. Maddie Massacre at the back of the pack, looking for some offensive help. Cascades absorbing the offense. Through at turn 4, that's 4 points for Deviated Septum. Maddie Massacre recycled to the back of the straightaway. Maddie Massacre slows things down with some defensive jamming. A knock to the outside at the far corner, turn 3. Jam ref Bobby Flair consults with the outside pack ref there to see if there's any points at the end of that jam. Looks like 1 more point for Cascades.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear.
That's Big D Barb and Lesbianis. Lesbianis through the pack first. Lead to fault line. Jammer race at turn 4. Lesbianis slows things down. Defensive jamming at the back of the pack. Waits for their pivot to catch up. Jam ends 2 points for Cascades.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-quality performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
Slick Mick and Sonic Boom are jammers at the beginning of Jam 22. That is Sonic Boom through on the outside. Lead goes to Cascades. Slick Mick is recycled behind the jam line. Sonic Boom tries to follow their own skater through, not quite. Slick Mick is through on an initial pass. Otter Mayhem sets to the penalty box. Sonic Boom with the call.
Laugh it up at Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the game ends on Sunday.
Let's Be Honest and Stalker are 2 jammers. Stalker finds space right up the middle this time. Lead goes to Cascades. Not far behind, Let's Be Honest chasing down Stalker. Pack slows down at turn 1. Stalker with the jump. Let's Be Honest follows that jump. Called off from the ground. And we are in halftime. We'll catch you back here in another 10 minutes.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in. to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Welcome back to the second half of our second game at Capital City Chaos. Our score going into the second half is Cascades 53, Fault Line 58, a 5-point game. Teams have been playing fairly similarly in this first half. Fault Line had 12 leads, Cascade had 11. This is Stalker and Maddie Massacre at the beginning of our first jam. Maddie Massacre currently in forward position as we move into the apex. Inside line is open. Stalker steps through with lead for Cascades. Maddie Massacre half a track behind. Teams are staying tight in the straightaway. Stalker comes into that pack first, spins around the outside line, calls the jam off. 4 points. Let's Be Honest and Sonic Boom. This time the inside line is open for Let's Be Honest. Lead goes to Fault Line. Moving through the apex, Sonic Boom also out of the pack. Initial pass completed. Both jammers can score. Let's Be Honest slides through that, taps their hips. 4 points to Fault Line.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help us keep rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
Defensive move at the jam line. That's Maddie Massacre through with lead for Fault Line. Everybody back in skating order. Big D Barb through the pack with an initial pass. Scoring pass completed by Maddie Massacre. Calls the jam off after hopping through at the apex.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Looks like Fault Line is narrowing down their jammer rotation. We've got Lesbianis back on the track. Makes sense. They just pushed their way through a tripod to get lead. Cascades has Deviated Septum on the track at the moment. Pack is tight passing the pivot line. That's a scoring pass for Lesbianis. 4 points on the board. Deviated Septum moves to the outside, gets hit out by number 3-6, Slamela Anderson. Recycled to the back at the pivot line. Second scoring pass has been completed by Fault Line. A reach along the apex. That's a completed star pass to number 5-1 from Cascades. Cascades really used this star pass more than Fault Line in the first half. They're going to keep doing that, it looks like. Malice, our current jammer for Cascades. Lesbianis calls that jam off. They own 12 points at the end of it.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by the real people here in Victoria.
Not much movement at the whistle there. Slick Mick and Stalker behind the jammer line. Lateral movement opens up the inside line for Stalker. Lead goes to Cascades. Slick Mick also through the front of the pack with an initial pass. Whips with a hit to the inside, moves one of those Fault Line blockers in. Stalker with a jump on the outside, gets their hips around. Got 2 points in the air by jam ref. Outrageous.
An official review.
Official review is called by Fault Line. We will wait and hear from our head ref what that official review is all about.
The official review is on a skating out of bounds penalty at the end of the jam. We will review. It was observed that there was a skating out of bounds. The penalty is issued, and they do retain their official review.
Stalker and Maddie Massacre are jammers in this sixth jam. Maddie Massacre in forward position. Power jam in favor of Fault Line. Soccer in the penalty box. Maddie Massacre through at the far apex. Lead goes to Fault Line. Maddie Massacre coming up on a point scoring pass. One to beat at the front.
Get amongst the games this Saturday at 2 p.m. at the Roller Skater Bocce Game. Grab your ticket to participate at the Hardcore's Craft Table, or stick around to watch the fun for free.
Let's Be Honest 1-1-0 and Sonic Boom 1-2, your jammers. Let's Be Honest in front position, gets through the pack, lead at the pivot line. Sonic Boom now at the pivot line, also trying to make their initial solid tripod, anchored there by number 317. Sonic Boom on the outside line, Let's Be Honest on the inside. Easy break headed to the penalty box. Let's Be Honest through with 4 points. Initial pass completed by Sonic Boom. Let's Be Honest calls the jam to an end. Penalty box has a few people hanging out in it. 7 points in total for Fault Line.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight.
Big G Barb takes on Slick Mick at the beginning of Jam 8. Slick Mick with the outside line open. Lead goes to Fault Line. Big G Barb with helmet cover in hand makes it through the pack. Slick Mick slides through at the back, gets knocked down by Toots. And again on the outside, calls the jam from the ground.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skate officials, they make it possible for us to all enjoy this sport that we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be a part of this awesome crew.
Maddie Massacre at the back of the pack, deviated septum at the front. Some offensive help coming from Easy Break. Easy Break quickly turns and puts that pressure to Maddie Massacre. Maddie Massacre through with lead for Fault Line. Star pass is completed to Easy Break. Initial pass completed. Scoring pass and call by Maddie Massacre.
A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers. Ultraviolet of Cherry Bomb Photography, Paige DeWolf of Creative Miscellany, and Adam Nagy Shoots. We all look forward to revisiting tonight's greatest hits through your work.
Stalker through immediately, and that's number 2-8 with lead for Cascades. Let's Be Honest jamming for Fault Line. Let's Be Honest moves along the inside. Initial pass completed for Fault Line. Stalker gets a high block penalty, loses lead. Power jam in favor of Fault Line. Let's Be Honest enjoying that power jam. This will be a 2-minute jam. Lead was lost by Stalker. Offense comes in by number 143 straight out of the penalty box. Pivot offense moving into turn 3. Pile up at the apex, but Let's Be Honest is through with 4 points. Trade out in the penalty box as Whips takes a move in. Let's Be Honest gathers 4 points as the power jam comes to an end. Stalker out of the box, through 4 points. There is no lead. This jam will continue. Helmet cover in hand. Stalker at the back of the pack. Let's Be Honest steps through, puts the helmet cover back on. Receives 3 points on that pass. Stalker moving forward at the front, helmet cover in hand. Pushed to the inside by Fault Line pivot. Stalker returns and is through. Taking a look at the scoreboard, what I see at the end of that jam. Looks like I see 15 points, 18 points in that jam to Fault Line, 7 to Cascades.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand, from scratch, and with quality ingredients.
Sonic Boom at the back, Slick Mick at the front. Sonic Boom finds space at the apex. Lead goes to Cascades. Those jammers are close together. Defensive jamming at the apex. Both jammers pushing. Both jammers signaling the call. Whichever one actually had lead is the one that received the call off.
Hazel Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Visit their bike cart for local handmade ice cream bars.
Big D Barb and Maddie Massacre. This time it's Maddie Massacre with lead. Both jammers coming in quick. No points for either jammer.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR code posted throughout the arena.
That's an official timeout. We are back at it in Jam 13 with Stalker and Let's Be Honest jamming. Let's Be Honest through with lead. Stalker chasing them down. Pack moves fast through the turn 2-3 straightaway. Both teams hitting. Let's Be Honest with a call off at going into turn 3.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear.
Slick Mick and Sonic Boom, your jammers. Pack starts off pretty slow at the beginning of that, but Slick Mick is exploding while Sonic Boom takes a seat in the penalty box. Hit to the outside, recycle back. Whip's taking a seat in the penalty box. Slick Mick comes through with some defensive jamming, makes it through the front. Lead goes to fault line in a power jam. Pack is moving steadily through turns 2 to 3, moving into the turn at turn 3, crossing the apex. Slick Mick looking to push out of play. 1-1-1 comes in with the last minute hit. Slick Mick through with 4 points.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high performance paints, coatings, and color systems. Thank you to the St. John ambulance attendants on site this weekend.
We are just over halfway through this second half. Our score is Cascades 66, Fault Line 122. Fault Line sends out Maddie Massacre. Cascades send out Big D Barb. Lots of running back. That's easy break at the back. Big D Barb moving through the front. Lead goes to Cascades. Maddie Massacre, still your jammer, tries to get past easy at the front. Sweet ride around that line. Initial pass completed by Maddie Massacre. Big D Barb calls the jam. 4 points for Cascades.
Visit Faded Hearts bookstore in our vendor village.
Stalker and Let's Be Honest. We've seen this lineup before. Let's Be Honest looking to tiptoe along the inside line, but no match for the outside where Stalker made it through. Lead goes to Cascades. Let's Be Honest through quickly after. Back-to-back jams for Let's Be Honest. Initial completed for them. Stalker held at the front, calls it from the ground.
Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities. It is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria that benefit the entire community.
Right after the whistle, that Slick Mick through with lead for Fault Line. Sonic Boom being drawn back through the pack. Slick Mick looking to score some points, pushing. The Troubadour at the front, holding it down. Star pass to Easy Break. Easy Break holding the helmet cover, a high five as they pass the pivot line, and the jam is called.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when all the games end on Sunday.
That is Maddie Massacre through the pack quickly. Helmet cover in hand, Big D Barb behind them. Lead is with Fault Line as Maddie Massacre comes into the pack, steps through everyone at the pivot line, and calls the jam with 4 points.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
It's been a while since we've seen Deviated Septum out as a jammer, but here they are layering the pivot line. Also stepping over the pivot line is Slick Mick. Lead has been indicated to Slick Mick. Fault Line has lead. It's Deviated Septum stepping through. Slick Mick comes into the back of the pack. Offensive help from number 1-8. Deviated Septum passes the helmet cover to Easy Break. That's number 302. Fault Line calls the jam with 4 points.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio on nearby Viewfield Road or on site here tonight.
Stalker and Maddie Massacre. Stalker hit to the outside and recycled behind the pack. Maddie Massacre trips through at the front, gets lead for Fault Line. Stalker finds space on the inside. Initial pass completed by both jammers. Maddie Massacre in the superior position steps through with 4 points, calls that jam. We are just under 9 minutes to go. Our current score, Cascades 74, Fault Line 138.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
This is Let's Be Honest at the front of the pack. Big D Barb moving through the back. Let's Be Honest just crosses the inside line, recycles behind. Both jammers in a rear position. Let's Be Honest pushes through again. Lead goes to Fault Line. Big D Barb also out of the pack. Initial pass for both skaters. Penalty box empties out.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand and from scratch with quality ingredients.
Sonic Boom and Slick Mick with some slick tricks on the inside line. That's lead 6 in a row for Fault Line. Sonic Boom working at the front of the pack, moving through the straightaway. Slick Mick comes back in. Finds open space to the inside as they get through the straightaway. 4 points for Fault Line. Sonic Boom with 1 to beat at the front. That grows. There's now 2 blockers at the front. Helmet cover in hand. That's through the pack with an initial pass for Sonic Boom. Inside line opens up. Slick Mick steps through, calls it off.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear.
Stalker moving to the inside. Maddie Massacre at the back. Stalker moving forward past the pivot line. Tripod at the front. Cascades stretching out at the back. Both jammers held back. Multiplayer goes to number 141. Maddie Massacre at the back behind Malice. Stalker at the front. Lead goes to Cascades. Hit to the outside takes Stalker on. Forearm penalty issued to number 1-8. That is a star pass to Slamela Anderson. Completed scoring pass for Cascades.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
Big G Barb and Let's Be Honest. A lot of lateral movement at the back of the pack. Open line for both jammers. Let's Be Honest through first. Lead goes to Fault Line. Fault Line stops, catches for some defensive jamming. Big G Barb gets through and called off by number 110, Let's Be Honest.
Laugh it up at Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the games end on Sunday.
And it's a team timeout called by Fault Line. Deviated Septum and Slick Mick. Slick Mick currently at the front of the pack. Lead has gone to Fault Line. Deviated Septum at the back of the pack, holding on to the helmet cover as Slick Mick picks up 4 points. And has been a star pass to Malice, number 5-1. Slick Mick currently holding 8 points. Malice coming in for a scoring pass. Malice hit to the outside. Slick Mick in the pack. That hit to the outside resulted in a cut track penalty for Malice. This is now a power jam in favor of Slick Mick. Slick Mick has lead as they step through at the far apex. That adds 4 points to their score. We're at 12 points this jam for Fault Line. Fault Line exercising some passive offense, hanging out at the back there. In they move. Slick Mick gets some help from Naughty Havoc. Hit to the inside. Malice released from the penalty box, and Slick Mick calls the jam.
Thieves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact EOD sponsorship at gmail.com.
Stalker finds a line open on the inside and steps through with lead for Cascades. Maddie Massacre through the pack with an initial pass. Both jammers in scoring position. Stalker coming through first. Step on the inside. Tap to the hips. Was it fast enough? Our jam refs are conferring with the outside pack refs. No points to Cascades in that jam. Fault Line picks up 2 points. And we're in with Big D Barb and Let's Be Honest as our jammers. Big D Barb through with lead for Cascades. Let's Be Honest with helmet cover in hand. I'm seeing our officials indicate that we have a completed star pass to our pivot. That is Pinball. Pinball working on the initial pass for Fault Line. Big D Barb makes it through at the back, looking for space on the outside line. That's number 110, Let's Be Honest, reforming in front of them. Let's Be Honest now acting as a blocker, having started out as the jammer. Pivot for Fault Line takes a seat in the penalty box. And that's Pinball now through with the helmet cover in hand as the jammer. Big D Barb through at the front, 4 points for Cascades. And we are out of time at the end of the game. I see 1 point indicated there by Jam Ref Bobby Flair. Your unofficial score, Cascades 84, Derby Devils 164. Join me for the MVP prizes after the skate around. All right, I have your MVP awards for this game. MVP blocker for Fault Line, number 15, Ice Rocker. MVP jammer for Fault Line, 110, Let's Be Honest. Over here, over here. Here I am. All right, MVP blocker for Cascades, 5-1 Malice. And MVP jammer for Cascades, 2-8 Stalker.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. California moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Welcome back, Victoria. Woo. This is the Eves of Destruction, Capital City Chaos. And if you are like me and have lost track of where and when we are, it's Friday, April 3rd. Still. This is our third game of the tournament. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum Esquimalt Nation and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tsuk Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with the land and stewardship of the Lekwungen-speaking people. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and ComChem Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services. My name is Regrettal. You're probably getting used to hearing my voice, but I have a special treat for you now. I'm joined by Scott Chicken.
I don't know if I'm a treat, but I am a different voice, so maybe that's a treat. Hey, let's meet the Eves of Destruction Envy, shall we? That is the expected and correct response. Number 007, Tuffy, 1166, the Wife of Wrath. Number 14, Kitty Catapult. 21, Charlie Hearst. 27, Honey Crueler. Number 4, Terminate Her. 452, The Frenzy. 501, Panic. 555, Chaos. 604, Trish Trash. 654, Goose. Number 7, Chango. 705, Violet Criminal. 73, Tombstone. Number 78, Jerry Can. 89, Lank the Tank. And number 19, Gravity Assist. Envy is coached by Rolando Furioso and Mint.
And back on the track for the second time today, we are joined by Saskatoon Mind Fox. Number 0, official mascot. 10, Slaying Mantis. 138, Cutie Sly. 15, No Elbows. 19, Reign of Terror. 2, Armadillo. 247, Mishbehaven. 27, Carmen Dragon. 37, Sunny Death Position. 474, Hellwoods. 48, Potato Masher. 517, Freddie Hercury. 69, Terrorizer. 747, Hot Rod. 87, Kitty Creamer. 89, Pippi Longstompings. Your bench coaches, Goldeneye and Pterodactyl.
Also want to thank our officials for this game in skates and wearing stripes. Scary B. Jesus, Noah Fallon, PH Demon, Snow, Otter Mayhem, Bobby Flair, Outrageous, and Adam Smasher.
And officiating with no wheels on their feet, Pushy Galore, Bazooka Langley, Left on Red, V-Rex, Slam It Janet, Koala Mella, Phil Hollywood, Carmen Dragon, and Screw Lucy.
I'm exhausted and the game hasn't even started.
We've got a minute on the clock and some eager skaters.
That was a well-timed whistle. right at the 0. That takes years of dedication.
Or at least weeks.
Or paying attention to the clock, either one. All right, leading things off, Charlie Hurst jamming for Envy, Carmen Dragon with the star for Mind Fox. And Carmen Dragon out first, lead jammer. The Mind Fox of Saskatoon. As Charlie Hurst clears the pack. Carmen Dragon engaged, bump to the infield, calls off the jam. 2 quick points.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
Slaying Mantis set to jam against Honey Crueler. And Honey Crueler pushing and bumps through the middle, gets past RIP to grab lead jammer. The Slaying Mantis also free of the pack as the pack speeds up a bit down the back stretch. Honey Crueler bumped in, 1 to beat, dodges past number 138 QT Sly, calls off the jam. And a full 4 for the Envy.
The Eves of Destruction are fortunate enough to enjoy the services of Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Kitty Catapult jamming for Eves of Destruction, official mascot for Saskatoon. Kitty Catapult pushing to the front, bumping left and right, and cuts to the inside. Wins lead jammer, getting to get pointed at by PH Demon. His official mascot clears. Kitty Catapult captured by the pivot and blocker and stopped short by Terralizer. Calling off the jam with 2.
The Zone at 91.3. You may have won your way to the game today. The Zone is a proud sponsor of the Eves of Destruction, a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria.
Eves starting off 1 shy in the pack. As Terminate Her sits in the penalty box. Panic, jamming against Reign of Terror. And Reign of Terror through quickly. Lead jammer, Mind Fox. Panic able to dip through as well. And oh, Reign of Terror going on the inside, hip to the center. Calls off the jam with 2. That'll take Mind Fox to 4. EOD Envy 7.
Get amongst the games tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Roll a Skater bocce game. Grab your ticket to partake at the Hardcore's craft table, or stick around to watch the fun for free.
Carmen Dragon back out to jam for the Mind Fox up against Goose. It's the pack slow and holding solid, but Goose finally pushing towards the front. Carmen Dragon trying the inside, but closed down. No pack called as Mind Fox dropping back to bridge, and Goose bumped to the infield. Rolled back by Pippi Long stompings. And then recaptured. As Carmen Dragon looking for anything on either side, but no room. Through the Eves defense. Finally, Carmen Dragon breaks through with about 1:11 left in the jam by the time lead jammer assessed. Goose, meanwhile, still held up at the back. And called for the cut track. Could be long stoppings with the bump out and the roll back. First jammer penalty of the game. And a power jam for Carmen Dragon and Mind Fox, still on the initial scoring pass. Carmen Dragon looking, bumping left to right, cuts to the end, but bump to the infield. And finally calls off the jam. Did get all 4 points, however.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight.
That 4-point jam does give us a lead change now. Mind Fox up 8-7 with Slaying Mantis with the star on the power start. Mantis bumped to the infield. Rolling left and right, and again shouldered into the end as Goose out of the penalty box, driving straight up on QT slide, a forearm penalty called. As Goose held and finally out. Picking up lead jammer out of the penalty box is Slaying Mantis. Continuing to fight through the Eves defense, but Eves, solid job of knocking out just as Slaying Mantis thinks they're free. Goose now in on the scoring pass. Tiptoes the inside line, but bumped to the infield. Trying the outside, same result. QT Sly out of the penalty box, slips in, grabs the star. So our first star pass of the game. If you're scoring in the stands, that would be number 138 now, your jammer. No pack called, Goose is released. 4 points as QT Sly completes the initial pass. And Goose calls off the jam. A 4-0 run, EOD Envy 11, Mind Fox 8.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be a part of this crew.
I would like you two to be part of any crew because I think Bono would make a great timer. Charlie Hurst jamming against official mascot out first, lead jammer Mind Fox. Charlie Hurst looking on the outside. Ooh, no elbows with the shoulder check, but Charlie able to stay in bounds and complete the initial. Official mascot held up at the back of the pack, or at the front of the pack rather. A full tripod. Finally calls off the jam. And I see points for both sides. A 4-3 jam steal for Eves of Destruction, now 15-11.
A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Ultraviolet of Cherry Bomb Photography, Paige DeWolf of Creative Miscellany, and Adam Nye Shoots.
Reign of Terror jamming for Mind Fox. Honey Crueler, though, for the Eves is your lead jammer. Honey Crueler on the scoring pass, digs to the inside, bumps out, and is knocked to the infield. Now back on, getting some assistance on the offense from Trish Trash. Trish has to back off to bridge out. And Honey Crueler stays in bounds and picks up points. Meanwhile, Reina Terra has passed the star off to 138 QT Slide. Jam is called with one more point. Coming up for the Eves now, 20-11.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand, from scratch, with quality ingredients.
Kitty Catapult jamming against Carmen Dragon. And Kitty Catapult quickly up the outside, lead jammer. Eves of Destruction Envy. Carmen Dragon 2 to beat at the front, but Kitty Catapult sneaking on the inside. Picks up the 4 points as a penalty called, sending Carmen Dragon to the penalty box. So power jam and 4 more for Kitty Catapult. As the Eves working a little passive-aggressive squeeze offense. Third pass complete, 12 on the board. Mindfox moving back to meet Kitty Catapult and able to stop and bump out of bounds. As Pippi Longstompings taking a one-on-one angle. Kitty Catapult calls off the jam just as Carmen Dragon was released. And that 12-point run takes us to 32, Envy, Mindfox 11.
Another 4 points at the end of that jam, indicated by our jam ref, brings that score up. Mindfox 11, Envy 36.
Panic jamming against Slaying Mantis. Panic! Outside lane for the Panic attack, lead jammer Eves. Slaying Mantis also able to clear, but Panic goes airborne! Jumps the line, calls off the jam. That was a beautiful 4 point.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Visit their bike cart for local handmade ice cream bars.
"17 minutes to go in the first period. Goose jamming against Official Mascot. Official Mascot rudely dropped to the midfield, and that lets Goose sneak around the outside to grab lead jammer. 4 straight lead jam calls for the Eves Envy. As Official Mascot clears the pack, and Goose drags the foot out of bounds. Cut track called. Lead earned and lost. Our first 2-minute jam of the game. And a cut track being called on Tuffy as well. So 1 blocker shy in the pack for Envy. His Official Mascot held by the pack. Now the offensive swing coming from the Mindfox. Oh, Official Mascot thought that was a lane, but the wife of Wrath says no, out of bounds with you. This time, Official Mascot able to sneak around the outside for 4. Goose back out of the penalty box. 40 seconds of jam time left. As Tuffy also released from the penalty box, trying to break things up at the front, but Mindfox, great job of locking things down. Rollback coming from Misbehaving. And no pack called. Goose finally cleared me. Jam comes to a close. Official mascot only getting 3 on that second pass.
2 minutes of gameplay in that jam for only 4 and 7 points. Those blockers worked hard the whole time.
That was a lot of defense.
Managed to clear the penalty box while they were at it. We're going to start with the full contingent of skaters going into jam number 12.
Charlie Hurst jamming against Reign of Terror. And Charlie Hurst out first, lead jammer, Eves of Destruction. Reign of Terror almost through, but bumped out to the inside, then steps out on the outside, but no run back, so no penalty. Charlie Hurst grabs the points, calls off the jam.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prizes. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Finally, the stars have aligned, and we have 27 versus 27 on the jammer line. Honey Kruller for Envy, Carmen Dragon for Mind Fox, and surprise, surprise, number 27 is lead jammer. Honey Kruller out first. Carmen Dragon almost clear, but not quite. Honey Kruller slaloming through, but Mind Fox able to roll forward. As Mishpa Haven picking up a penalty and heading to the box. Honey Kruller, 4 points up. Calls off the jam. Before Carmen Dragon could get back to the pack.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. As a team timeout being called by Mind Fox.
Out of the timeout, ready to roll. Kitty Catapult with the star for Envy. Slaying Mantis for the Mind Fox. Slaying Mantis quick to the front, but, sorry, Kitty Catapult quick to the front, but the Mind Fox defense holding. It's a 2-wall at the front. QT Sly holding on and with RIP, but have to let go. Lead jammer Kitty Catapult and a quick star pass. QT Sly taking the star for the 3rd time this evening. Kitty Catapult grabs points, calls off the jam.
Get your 50-50 tickets now. The draw will be during the halftime of the last game of the day. You could leave richer than you arrived. I see friends waving the bucket in the air. That's where to pay and win.
Panic Attack jamming for the Eves official mascot for Saskatoon. And official mascot sidesteps out the front, breaking a lengthy string of lead jammers for the Envy. Panic Attack looking to the outside, is almost clear, but hipped out of bounds by 87 Kitty Creamer. As official mascot sliding through quickly. Heaves of Destruction starting with 2 blockers on the track, now getting a little relief. Is Trish Trosh out. Only 3 on that pass with the no impact, no penalty. And 4 points up for Panic. Official mascot second pass through, a clean 4. Sorry, make that the third pass. So 11-4 takes us to 60-29. Envy in the lead.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems. That's Cloverdale Paint.